Yes, that was my home. Technically, Argos paid for it, or signed me up for it. I had to pay for it. But, yep. Pretty empty. Everything I need is on my ship. It's called the Monstrosity. You'll see when I get closer why. It's probably not too hard to figure out. Welcome to Never Content Ship Design. This is my outpost. Little hard to get to. Don't forget your jump pack. I forget what all we mine here. I think that's iridium. And I don't remember what that is. Or maybe that's iridium and that's something else. Water, of course. Be honest, I don't remember and I don't really care. We don't have any connecting locations, despite outpost cargo ships. Well, the potential. Don't need them. Okay, that's water. So that must be the iridium, and I think maybe argon? I don't know. That's the other, that's not water that's being pumped out of the ground. I don't know what's over there. That's the outpost building. It's about as empty as my house. The only thing we do here is over-design ships. Welcome to the Monstrosity. I like it. Other people, maybe not so much. It's big, it's ugly, it's got space. Shockingly little cargo space, but it's all shielded. Well, as much as it can be. Not 100% mobility, but over 80. Let's take a tour. Come in through the cargo. Climb the ladder if you want. I use my boost pack. It's easier. That's the way to the cockpit. We'll show that off in a bit. This is engineering. Pretty typical. This is what I would say is the crew quarters. Maybe. I should visit them. I send money to my parents every Every week. Really, I mean, crew quarters, passenger space, it doesn't really matter. Whoever gets to a bed first wins. I should put up a sign, because this is really not for public usage. Down here, I've got my workshop. This little mannequin scares me every time I walk in here. Got our little brig space here. Doesn't get much use. Not really a take and hold kind of person. But hey, it's there. Our infirmary is big. Hopefully it never gets much use. Got plenty of windows to look out of. Even have a window in here, although it doesn't see much. Go up. Whoop. Just computers. Space for the crew to hide from their captain that rules with an iron fist. That's not true. I pretty much let my crew do whatever they want. These are my quarters. Got my own private window. Down we go. Whoop! Careful. Then over here we have a window that basically doesn't really look at much. But, you know, windows are nice to have. This is what I would consider passenger space. Plenty of room. Got their own toaster oven, bathroom, all the amenities. Up we go. Got a little workout space. I know it's not much, but, you know, it's here for people that want it. Little congregation space. Another window that doesn't look out at much. You know. And, you know, if you're feeling like you just want to rack out and you don't care, we got you covered. Eventually I'll have a computer there, sort of. Down we go. Whoop! And in here we have more of the same. Pretty much just another space for you to hang out, sleep, whatever. Plenty of space to take people from point A to point B. And that's about it. Up to the cockpit. Got our control stations. This is Betty. Say hi, Betty.
Hey, what's going on?
That's about all she says. She's sarcastic. She's a sourpuss. I love her. We met Betty when we were taking a little exploration of the settled systems. She was in an unfortunate situation, and now she's in one of the best ships in the known systems. And I don't just say that because it's mine. I can take on the entire fleet. Crimson Fleet. Not the good guys. Well, I mean, sometimes, but that's a mistake that just sometimes happens. Alright. So we're gonna go to the Lodge. Kind of a boring name, but that's what Constellation calls it. I was with Argos Extractors, Miners. I did some stuff before then. We don't need to go into it. And something happened on my second mining job ever. I touched a thing. The thing made me see stuff, hear stuff. Sound crazy? Well, supposedly they can help me figure out what that was. Not that I really care all that much. I was just glad to be rid of it, but they seem super interested, so I guess we'll go check it out. But first, let's go shopping. Away we go.
Be advised, you are entering United Colony space. Please maintain course and prepare to be scanned. All right, we're done. You're cleared to land at New Atlantis.
I find it's best to just not carry contraband, even if you can technically get away with it. It's just easier. I love the starports.
You should inspect. Hey, what can I do for you? Sure, have at it.
Fun fact, some places you have to do that just to reorient your ship. I don't know why it doesn't orient properly the first time, but all you do, go in, say you want to modify it, pretend to modify it, you know, go into to modify it, but just exit, and it reorients your ship properly. Also, fun fact, if you've already landed in a place once, game has its own little idiosyncrasies. I think that's the right word. I might be wrong. It doesn't give you the landing animation ever again. Hopefully they change that in the future. But make sure, A, you're wearing a spacesuit on planets that have a need for a spacesuit. This one doesn't, obviously. And B, just go in and drop a little quick save, because it does not autosave when you land. Unless you land naturally and go through the door, and it would normally autosave when you exit onto the place. Alright. Let's go check out New Atlantis.
I can assure you this unprovoked attack on a United Colonies research facility will not go unanswered. We'll get you settled into your new assignments as soon as possible. For you, Bobby, that includes meeting your new foster parent.
My parents aren't dead. They just took a different shuttle. I'll see them when they get here.
Oh, well, of course, that's sure possible. We'll just...
Helena Chambers, ID SSCOM 1327 HCHA. I was the station administrator. I'll need to report to MAST ASAP for a full debrief. My treatment thus far has been entirely unacceptable.
Any authority you had was forfeit the moment House Varun zealots breached the station's perimeter, and you failed to initiate proper evacuation protocols. Thank you for your service. We'll find you a new position commensurate with your experience. And Mr. Bosch, let me just say how honored I am to meet you. By all accounts, you're the only reason anyone made it out of there alive.
Well, just glad I still remembered my flight basics. It had been a while. So was shooting a gun.
I read all about New Atlantis. So cool! Is it true the Nat train goes 5,000 miles an hour? Or that citizens get special discounts? Or that the whole city celebrates when it's your birthday? Mine's June 11th, by the way. My parents took me to Aquila City last year. It kinda smelled. But I don't smell anything here.
No, yes, no, and I will certainly mark June 11th on my calendar. As for Aquila City, well, the air purifiers here in New Atlantis are state-of-the-art.
Ugh, Aquila City? Oh, don't even get me started on those simpletons.
Little unfair,
Wow.
don't you think? Freestar Rangers helped me out quite a bit a couple years back. Got ambushed by spacers near Narion. They assisted, no questions asked. Even helped with some repairs so I could do an emergency jump home. Good people.
In any event, you all must be exhausted. Just give me a moment to coordinate some details with security. I am really in the middle of something.
You sound like it.
Does that woman have any idea who I am?
Who are you?
Not now.
Well, then who cares who you are?
Sergeant Yumi is looking for reliable people to help the guard. Contact him if you're interested.
May I help you?
We'd all appreciate it.
Hi.
Sure. Hey, kid.
What? No, just, go away.
Not talking to you, lady.
Guess you caught some of that, huh? The galaxy is at peace and somehow seems more dangerous than ever. Spacers, House Varun, Crimson Fleet, everyone trying to grab their piece. What happened to the early days, huh? When we just float through the stars and dream.
Peace is an illusion. So, you've run into Crimson Fleet too?
Yep, that I have. Had to dump a load of cargo just last year. Microscopes. Can you believe that? Guess you can sell anything these days. Pirates are a tricky lot. In space, they're all about the hit and run. You jump in, steal your stuff, and get out of there fast. Keep your cool, and you can generally talk your way out of it, so long as you're not too attached to your valuables. Stumble upon them planetside, though, and their trigger fingers get much itchier.
Yeah, my trigger fingers, well, I don't know if it's faster than theirs, but, yeah, I hear that.
But hey, just stepping out your door is dangerous. What happened was a tragedy, of course, but I've had way more good happen in my life than bad. The galaxy's still pretty wonderful. It'll take more than this to make me think otherwise.
So who are you?
Ricardo Bosch. I was the lead researcher on the station that got attacked. It was business as usual until those House Varun crazies swarmed in, spouting their scripture or whatever it was. Even the Marines were overwhelmed. Honestly, I'm just lucky to have made it out of there in one piece. We all are. Now, I just want to get back to work. Where is that woman?
Well, you have a nice day.
Another time, then.
I've never been in a battle before. Everyone kept telling me to keep my eyes closed, but it's kind of hard to do that when you're running. At first, I thought it was ecliptic mercenaries shooting at us, but it wasn't. It was these other people yelling about serpents and stuff.
What do you know about mercenaries, kid?
When it comes to ecliptic, I know everything. It's not like it's a secret. They're mercenaries, so they work for money. And it's like, for enough money, they'll do anything. I've heard a couple of SSNN stories about them. My dad says they're horrible. Like they can pretend they're working for someone and it's official, so they do anything they want.
Yeah, well, Galaxy's a tough place, kid.
Is that really an appropriate thing to say to a child? Anyway, I'm fine now. I hope my parents don't take too long getting here.
You have a nice day now.
You'll be okay. Yeah, thanks, sir. New Atlantis.
Hey, you! You have a minute? I need to
Jeez.
talk to you. You're the one that was on Vectera, right? You flew in on the, Frontier.
Depends.
Tommy Bitlow, SSNN research intern. Word is the Frontier was involved in an attack? It's true, right? You saw some real action?
Don't get so excited, kid. Listen, I'm pretty busy.
Right, of course. This will take 2 seconds. Just go to the SSNN building and talk to Nadia Mufaz, my boss. She will pay you good money for an interview. This is great. Great. My boss, Nadia Mufaz, would kill to talk to you. An actual eyewitness. There's credits in it for credible newsworthy information.
Who is Nadia Mufaz?
Everyone knows David Barron, the face and voice of SSNN, if you will. But Nadia is in charge of all the research. All the best stories were written by her. She's really something.
I could use the money.
And easy money, too. Just go to the SSNN building. It's not far. Keep it up, Tommy. You're killing it.
I wouldn't say you're killing it, Tommy.
Got a call someone's power kept going out. You know what it was? A heat leech as long as my leg.
New Atlantis sure does make a big deal out of itself. But, you know, I can see why.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, no bounty. You're clear. Enjoy your visit.
Thinking about joining up with security. I think that job would suit me well.
Officers needed? I mean,
My brother works at Starfield.
well, that's one way to advertise, I guess. You Sergeant Yumi?
Well, hello. You hear about the job by any chance? The officer over there can help you with any bounty issues.
Yeah, I'm fine on my bounty. Or never mind. Sure, tell me.
Part-time security officer. The position's very flexible. You can basically work whenever you're available. No pressure. We've had some gaps in the schedule lately. Macy's out on maternity leave. Jose's on loan to Sidonia. When it rains, it pours type of situation. So really, we just need someone to fill the void. Interested?
Credits?
Well, first things first, I have to ask. Do you have any security experience at all?
Does the Crimson Fleet count?
It sure counts for something. I mean, you're alive. And resilience is definitely an important trait for any officer.
What about spacers?
I think I've heard all I need.
Varun?
Your first assignment couldn't be easier. Go to Mast and check in with Agent Plato at Aegis. There was a package left at a dead drop, and they need UC security to handle it. He'll fill you in on the details.
And, what's Mast?
You know, MAST. The Military, Administrative, and Scientific Triumvirate. Giant building in the center of the city. Headquarters of the entire United Colonies. I really should have given you a more thorough interview.
Hey man, you asked me. Who's Aegis?
Aegis? They're basically UC intelligence. They help identify threats to New Atlantis before they become problems. While we're separate departments, there are times we need to rely on each other, so it's important to keep a good working relationship. We do Agent Plato this favor, and maybe he'll toss us some intel when an investigation stalled. Tit for tat. You know how it works.
Sure. And why am I bringing the package here and not there?
Well, just because you're bringing it here doesn't mean that's where it'll end up. As for why, you can ask Aegis. As far as I'm concerned, it's none of my business.
So, spy shit. Alright.
Let me know if you have any questions.
I think I know as much as I need to. Alright. So I guess that's mast. The big giant mast.
Yes. What?
No thanks. I mean, you're wearing just a generic as hell crew uniform. You expect to be hired like that? Come on.
Okay. Hello.
You the barkeep?
Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Hey there. Always nice to see a new face. First time in New Atlantis?
No. I come here all the time.
Nope, sorry. Can't pull one over on me. I'm good with faces, and I don't recognize yours. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable, newbie. Let me know if there's anything I can get you.
Being good with faces in a place where it costs 500 credits to change your face doesn't seem like it's that useful. Anyway, let me buy a drink.
Sure thing. What can I get you?
How about a little of everything? Business seems booming.
Yep. Spaceport traffic keeps me pretty busy. But just between you and me, I've got something in the works that'll change everything. A new drink that'll make this place famous. Galaxy-wide.
Oh. Well. Depends on what's in it.
Well, at the moment, it's what's not in it that's an issue right now. I don't have everything for the recipe. I made a deal with the hauler to bring me some small samples of an ingredient I think will make all the difference. But it never showed up. Turns out the guy I hired was also hired by a few other folks. The kind of folks who ship less than legal cargo. Security got wind, and the whole lot was impounded. Now they're just sitting on it, taking their sweet time like they always do. It's killing me.
Sounds like the sort of thing that could drive one to drink.
Very clever of you. Your parents must be so proud.
They are.
And really, I'm not even certain this is what I need to finish the recipe. I think it is. I need to get my hands on that cargo.
Why does that have an ominous tone to it?
I mean, doing something about this won't exactly be on the straight and narrow, will it?
Sure sounds like you need a helping hand, but, you know, maybe you should let this go.
Oh yeah, I absolutely should. But I'm not going to. Before we say anything else, I am in no way asking you to do anything that might violate any of the many, many laws in place here in New Atlantis or the larger United Colonies. This is just one friend talking to another friend, asking if maybe that friend could possibly find a way to get her important cargo out of the impound. And if, hypothetically, that were done in a less than 100% legal way, well, that might not be the worst thing in the world. You, with me on this?
Who do I need to kill?
What? Come on, no. I'm already uncomfortable with this whole thing. Don't go making jokes like that.
Jokes?
Seriously, can you help me with this or not?
I'm here. Maybe.
God, you have no idea what a relief this is. I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and taking hostages or something. I just figure there has to be a way to get what I need.
No hostages? Well, there goes my
this
idea.
Is hardly a life or death situation. Some light breaking and entering at worst, right?
How do you think I should get you what you need?
I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and taking hostages or something.
Any information to go off of?
I know a few things, but not much. The cargo is being held down at the spaceport, not in the security office. Still, they use the same access cards. If you had one, it'd work. how or why you would have a UC security access card is none of my business, of course. I'm sure I'm better off not knowing. Beyond that, the ship decks over there might also be able to get in. I don't know any of them, or I'd be talking to them instead of you. No offense.
What have you tried already?
Like I said, I submitted the usual security release forms. But because my cargo is tied up with a bunch of, again, totally unrelated illegal stuff, I don't expect the forms to matter. At all. I went and talked to an officer at the office, too. Yumi. Sergeant, maybe? He was polite, but unhelpful. I declined to suggest that as our new slogan. New Atlanta Security. Polite, but unhelpful. Truth in advertising, eh?
I guess I'll figure something out.
I'm not worried. I'm annoyed. Wait, are you saying I should be worried? No, of course not. It'll be fine. Totally fine. I trust you.
You shouldn't.
See you around.
Now that's a person that looks like they don't want to be bothered. Let's go bother them.
Not used to people coming up to me. The suit usually scares them off. Although I guess that's my fault, isn't it?
Kinda looks like you're trying too hard.
Ouch. 2 minutes into this conversation and I'm already getting sized up. Well, outside heroic individuals like yourself, the suit can give people pause. That can be handy when I need it.
So you're saying you're a thug?
I guess maybe I am. Hell, I've been everything else in life. Why not add that to the list? I spend a lot of time in the fringes these days. God help you if you come across something someone wants. You'd think it was things like civilizations and factions that cause people to want to shoot each other. No, even without that, it's still winner take all.
There's a whole philosophy behind that sentence.
Well, you're on to me.
Pretty bleak. Plenty of people are out there helping each other.
Of course. That's what makes the reality so tragic. Wait a second. I think I'm in danger of having a real conversation with someone for a change. Better stop here. I'm sure we'll see each other again.
There's that ominous again. You look like you could use a ship.
Hey there. You look like the planet-hopping type. Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
That depends. Useful skills?
Plenty. I'm comfortable on a ship, especially in the gunner seat. I'm also a trained expert with shotguns. I have the certification to prove it.
If you're willing to work, welcome aboard.
Aye aye, Captain. I won't overcharge you. I'm grateful for the offer. I've been out of a job since I left the Freestar Rangers.
There's a story there. But let's talk about your pay.
You're short on credits?
Well, I didn't exactly say that, but who knows how long it'll be before you get another offer.
Don't think I'm desperate or anything, but you do have a point. Well, the last thing I want is you going bankrupt on my account. I'll work for whatever you can pay.
And the rich stay richer. You're hired.
Thanks! I think we'll make a great team, huh?
Welcome to the monstrosity.
Thanks for giving me a chance, Captain. I won't let you down.
You bet. When you meet Betty, beware your enthusiasm versus her not. What about you?
Hey.
No? Yeah, no. No thanks. What about you? Just hanging out? Oh, hey.
Hey, if you're looking for a weapons specialist, I could really use the work to pay off some debts.
What kind of debts?
The kind that need to be paid off quickly, or else I'm in big trouble. And if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to keep the details of that to myself. Unless you're agreeing to hire me, of course.
I mean, weapons expert? I can shoot at targets just fine.
Anyone can shoot at targets, but I take them out. You're not gonna find a better shot anywhere else. So, are we making a deal or what?
I'm theoretically interested.
I'm not asking for that much. Just my fair share.
Why don't we discuss your fair share?
You're asking me to work for less than the going rate? Why would I do that?
Well, something's better than nothing, right?
That's true. Well, I guess something's better than nothing. I'll cut my price, but I'm not going any lower.
All right.
Really? I mean, thanks. Sorry, I'm just used to hearing no.
Well, how about get used to an empty outpost? Enjoy.
Thanks for giving me a chance. I'm on my way.
What about you? You just drinking?
You picked a good day to drop by. Bartender's making them strong today. You in town for business?
I'm just here for one of those strong drinks you're talking about.
Cheers. Nothing like a cold one after a long trip through the space lanes, if you ask me. It seems like we have that in common. Personally, I'm here looking for work. I just quit my job as a weapon tester for MAST.
I'm guessing you're planning on becoming a bartender.
No, I'm not. I'm actually hoping for a crew gig. Lots of pilots stop by the viewport on their way into town. I figure if I hung around long enough, I'd run into someone who was hiring.
MAST employs weapon testers?
Oh, yeah. Plenty of us. There's a whole branch of MAST scientific wing called DRIP. That's dedicated to developing new weapons for the UC military.
That's a terrible acronym. What kind of skills you got?
I'm billing myself as a weapons expert, sniper tech specifically. Most travelers like having someone on their crew who's good with firearms. The settled systems are no picnic.
Yeah, I've been there. Well, today's your lucky day.
Well, I'll be damned. What a coincidence. Working on a ship sounds perfect. I was hoping my next job would get me out of the city. What's your offer?
What about we discuss that?
I'm a reasonable guy, but that's just too low.
Well, I guess the going rate.
Sounds like a fair salary for your new weapons expert. I'll take it.
Yeah, you won't be on the ship, though. Just so you know. Enjoy.
I'll head straight to my post and get to work.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for stopping in. Feel free to look around. I can take care of transactions, and if you've got questions, just ask.
Seems like a pretty upscale place.
Thanks. It's hard work, but it all pays off in the end. And I can't take all the credit. Gerhardt, my business partner, he does so much of the work behind the scenes. If it weren't for him, I don't know where we'd be now.
What do you got?
Oh, please, take a look.
How about I take everything? Not that I specifically need everything. In fact, I probably don't need much of anything. But it's always nice to have something available just in case. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
I am not trying to pester you, but I really do need that credit transfer to cover for last month's deliveries.
What? Really? Wasn't that included in the transfer from last week?
No, that was for handling the shipments, not deliveries.
Oh, okay. I'll try and remember. I swear, lately I feel like I'm spending more time at Galbank than I am here.
Sounds shady.
The well's been having brownouts all the time. Mast finally sent someone down there, but nothing's changed.
You don't say.
Curtis!
No, Amelie, I am Gerhardt. We've been partners for 10 years. Do you need a visit to Reliant Medical?
Hilarious. Truly, you missed your calling as a comic. I remembered his name. It's Curtis.
I have no idea what we are talking about right now.
The hauler from Sidonia, the one that got his ship blown up by the Crimson Fleet? We were talking about it, but I couldn't remember his name. Well, I remembered. His name was Curtis.
I am so relieved we have cleared this up.
Hey, we were
Dealing
running
in
low on
art is
foodstuffs, so I went ahead and placed
more
another
exciting than one would think.
Really? Huh. We'll have to see if that's a
It's amazing what passes as art nowadays.
I can just
So, you're an art dealer then?
Indeed, I am. I've been an art dealer for most of my life, plying my trade all across the settled systems. It's actually why I'm here in New Atlantis today. I'll be delivering a piece of art to a very particular client later. However, I don't yet have the art in my possession. Actually, would you like to pick up the artwork and bring it back to me? I'll reward you for your effort, of course.
Why not do it yourself?
I'm not very familiar with the streets of New Atlantis. I'm not from here, you see. I'd rather just avoid any trouble and have someone more capable do the exchange for me.
So it doesn't matter that I'm new here too? What exactly does my help entail?
You simply need to go pick up some artwork. The exchange has already been arranged and you won't have to show any credits. It's just a matter of picking something up and bringing it back to me. There's really no need to worry. It's all very simple.
Yeah, sure it is. Why not?
Excellent. You'll be picking up the art from Zoe Kaminsky at the Trade Authority. Tell her you're there for Samson Jabrel's art. She'll understand. Return the artwork to me, and you will be compensated.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
So much to see, so much to learn. Life is beautiful in that way. Yes?
Maybe.
Your poise, your stature, your confidence. You strike me as a fellow collector.
Collector?
Me? Why, to be frank, I don't do much. Not anymore, at least. And that suits me just fine. Yes. I now live to collect artifacts from Earth. You see, every artifact tells a story. Even spoons and forks, which most take for granted. People laugh at me when they see I collect old Earth spoons. But think about it, friend. Spoons change the course of history. Can you imagine life without them?
Sure. More sandwiches. What brings you here?
Ah, the
Wow,
usual
lady.
things, I suppose. Fame, fortune, power. I'm only joking, of course. I've actually been fortunate to call New Atlantis home for many years. For a collector like myself, I do believe there's no better place in all the settled systems. I've been charmed to make the acquaintance of many fellow old Earth enthusiasts here in New Atlantis. And that is why I continue to stay.
Well, alright then. You have a nice day and enjoy this strange person right next to you that seems to be doing a workout. I don't know what they're doing.
I'm not seeing any records from the taller outer scope. What was his name? When's the last time he delivered?
Oh, that guy. His name was, it's on the tip of my tongue.
His name was Curtis.
Names aside.
Jeez, you just remembered it not too long ago. Maybe you should get checked out at Reliant Medical. Ooh, Terra Brew. Always up for a coffee.
Welcome to Terra Brew. How can I help you? Hello, and welcome to Terra Brew. How may I serve? Certainly. Please take your time.
Thank you.
Pardon?
You seem like you have a story. Want to tell me it?
George St. George. How many items have I lost to him?
You don't need to get up to tell me your story. Oh.
Here one moment, gone the next. I tell you, you must cherish everything and everyone while they're here. You never know when you may lose them.
It takes time to grieve. Your loss will get easier with time.
I hope you're right. You see, I lost something invaluable. Lost it in a bet, if you must know. It was one of my most prized items in my collection. It was a gem, priceless, no doubt, and its beauty was blinding. Life seems a little less bright without it. That scoundrel George St. George has it in his possession now. And knowing that fills me with such envy and anger.
You lost a gem in a bet. Made it seem like someone died.
Well, yes. A part of me died when I lost it.
Sounds like you lost fair and square. Move on.
That is something I simply cannot do. I must have it back in my possession at once. St. George, like myself, is a collector of trinkets and relics from Earth. I have in my possession a plate that I'm sure he won't be able to live without. Please, would you be my hero and go exchange the plate for the jewel? I'm sure it will work.
And you can't do this yourself?
Oh, God, no. I could never face him myself. I'd be sick just at the sight of him. St. George would never give the gem back if I went myself. he would gain a smug satisfaction from declining the offer.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Fantastic. Here's the plate. Come back to me when you have the gem, and please don't drop it. Oh,
what?
Where are my manners? My name is Guillaume, by the way. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And if George rejects the exchange?
I can assure you with near certainty he won't decline. As much as I hate to say it, St. George and I are cut from the same cloth. We both adore relics from Earth, no matter how large or monetarily valuable they are. They are a piece of human history, and that means a lot to us both. It pains me to part with the plate, but I happen to have a few others in my collection. If it means sacrificing one to get the gem back, I will.
It must mean a lot to you. And I guess even more to him if he wants a plate?
It does. It was the first item I ever collected. The start of it all. I received that gem when I was a young man. To know that I foolishly wagered it, threw it away. Well, I won't make that mistake again.
All right, then.
Until next time.
Let's go see what this guy says. Hey.
You look like someone who has many stories to tell. I'd like to hear them.
The guy at Terra Brew wants his gem back, and he's offering a plate.
A plate? Oh my. As in a plate from Earth? Absolutely. Without question. Here, take the gem. That Guillaume, if he wanted his gem back so badly, he could have simply asked. The gem is worthless, less than a paperweight. But actually, Earth paperweights are quite valuable.
It's paperweight. There seems like something between you and him.
Bah, I'm sure Guillaume makes it seem that way. In reality, it couldn't be further from the truth. Guillaume and I have known each other for years, since we were both young men. He is the closest thing I have to a brother. And, much like brothers, we quarrel. But that doesn't mean we don't like each other. I will say, however, Guillaume can be a tad overdramatic, as well as a sore loser. Don't tell him I said that.
Sure.
If you're in the... I am busy right now. I'm sure need something? Why don't you talk to Emily? She'll take care of you.
Hey, we were running low on...
Yes?
Well, that was easy.
Nothing wrong with a simple bet. Well, as long as you win.
Yeah, and you didn't. Here's your gem.
Ah, wonderful. I knew George would make the exchange. He could never resist foodware from Earth. You've done me a great service today, friend. I'll be sure to never take this gem for granted ever again. Thank you for bringing it back to me.
So, you gamble by trade?
Ah, not by profession. I work out of the Valberg building. Gambling is a vice I've indulged since I was a young man, and I've amassed a great collection of trinkets and valuables from it. Alas, recently my luck has soured and my collection is dwindling by the day. But I can't stop, right? I can't just quit, because what if my luck returns?
Absolutely. I'm sure your luck will turn around eventually.
I'm glad you understand. Lady Luck can be a cruel mistress, but I'm sure she will smile upon me soon.
What type of things do you collect?
I collect all sorts. Gems, novelties, old Earth trinkets. Anything and everything that has some sort of value, monetary or otherwise. One of my favorite possessions is a fork that was used on Earth. How amazing is that?
It's a fork.
You'd be amazed what people will wager in a bet. I've won and lost some truly breathtaking things. My collection, as it stands, is quite valuable and substantial. It used to be more so, but my bad string of luck lately has affected it.
Well, good luck with that.
Take care.
Hey.
Seems like a strange decision to call a place New Atlantis. I mean, Atlantis was not exactly a place of that survived, if you believe the myths.
You see that scientist out in front of mast, staring at trees, sounds upset? Whatever it is, it can't be that bad, right?
Sure.
We just need to convince her that President Abeyo isn't the same as her predecessors. That an adversarial UC is a thing of the past.
Does Radcliffe even need to be involved?
President Abeyo wants to foster relations, not fracture them. Keep up.
We'll make sure she knows, ma'am.
Good. I'll see you at the 11:30 then.
Oh, there's Mast.
Do each of you swear to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities, and to uphold the values of the Vanguard, honor, loyalty, self-reliance in all your actions as members of the United Colonies Navy?
I do.
Then I'm proud to welcome you to the Vanguard. Now, you all have your assignments. Get out there and show them what the UC's made of. Supra et Ultra.
You, John? No? Alright.
Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly around like they own the settled systems. And they like to use old abandoned facilities as outposts. You know, the ones left over from the colony war.
No, I don't know.
Welcome to Mast. If you have an appointment, you may proceed inside. Only those on official United Colonies business can access the building.
I'm looking for work. Know anyone who needs a hand? Basically, I'm looking for John Twila?
Most of Mast's employees have extensive training in their specific areas of expertise. But if you're interested in joining the UC, Commander Tuala of the Vanguard is just on the far side of the room. The Vanguard's open to anyone who can fly.
Oh. The guy standing next to the giant sign that says Vanguard. Thanks.
Take care now.
What do we got here? Another applicant to the UC Vanguard? Interested in doing some good for the people of the United Colonies, all while earning your citizenship and credits to boot?
Sure. Why don't you tell me more? Why would I want to become a UC citizen?
Well, other than becoming a member of the greatest faction in the galaxy, you get access to discounted services on any UC world, credits to help you get on your feet. You'd even be able to buy property right here in New Atlantis. Citizenship unlocks it all, and signing up for the Vanguard is the fastest way to earn it.
Tell me more.
Glad to hear it. Signing up's simple. All you've got to do is pass a flight exam and make it through one probationary mission, and you're in. We'll have you working your way to UC citizenship in no time.
What sort of work?
Vanguard work is as needed. When we've got jobs, we'll make them available to you. But the work itself, well, it runs the gamut. Sometimes you might be hunting down hostile ships on behalf of the UC Navy, or you might be called up to help the Science Division clean up some invasive species. Hell, we've even been asked to help take on the occasional terramorph. And sometimes we just need cargo support. Not every job's glamorous. The Vanguard only gets called in for the ones where there's a chance of seeing action. Wherever the UC needs us, the Vanguard is there.
Alright, what's next?
Well, alright. Take the elevator down to the Vanguard Orientation Hall. You can get started at any of the registration terminals. The system will walk you through the rest. And if you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
What sort of questions?
Have some questions?
How long you been with the Vanguard?
Me? 6, 7 years now? Was a recon squad commander in a former life, so it wasn't too big a jump bossing around foreign pilots instead. But Vanguard's been a quality assignment. Meet new people, judge them on a series of diverse criteria, get them out there helping people who need it.
Why does the UC use foreign pilots to fly?
Military used to have a pretty narrow view of where the best pilots came from. In their eyes, it was UC or bust. The creation of the Vanguard was an acknowledgement by the brass that maybe not all the galaxy's greatest pilots went through a UC flight school. So it's the Vanguard's job to find them and get them to fly for us.
Got some specific questions.
Sure thing. What do you want to know?
Can you tell me more about the exam?
For the exam, we'll be putting you through a combat flight simulation. Let us see your piloting skills, evaluate how you behave under pressure, all without any risk of you inadvertently getting blown out an airlock. For the probationary mission, though, we'll be sending you out on the job all on your own. The specifics of the mission vary by what's available at the time. But we're not about to ask you to storm a Crimson Fleet base or whatever. At least, not on Mission 1. More likely, you'll be making a drop-off to some UC citizens in an area that's outside normal naval patrols. There'll be a risk of hostile contacts, but that's far from guaranteed.
Sounds like fun. Alright, I'm all set.
I'll keep an eye out for your results.
Aegis. That's where we wanted to go. Well. Aegis. Actually, I believe it's pronounced Aegis, but we all know what we mean. You seem important.
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of my division's work. The security of the United Colonies is every citizen's responsibility, but we try and do the bulk of the work.
I was asked by UC Security to pick something up.
Ah, right. You're Sergeant Yumi's recruit. You're taller than I expected.
Thanks, I guess.
Oh, it wasn't a compliment. Just an observation. In any case, let me fill you in. We have a dead drop that we think has been compromised. So I'd like someone from UC Security to handle the pickup instead. Take the package back to Sergeant Yumi, and he'll check it in as evidence before it gets routed back to Aegis.
Oh, he pronounced it right. Alright, I was right. What do you mean by the location's been compromised?
We think non-UC affiliated groups have their eye on it, and are using it to identify field agents. Normally, we just burn the location, but we didn't get this intel until after the drop. So we're going to need non-Aegis personnel to do the pickup to cover our tracks.
So you're putting me in the line of fire. Right. And why meet with me personally?
Well, I told the sergeant that anyone hired for this job should get my stamp of approval first. Nothing personal. It's just this sort of work isn't part of your normal detail.
Got it. Where am I picking it up?
Take the NAT to the spaceport. There should be a Galbank ATM right next to the station. The package is taped under one of the benches. Grab it and deliver it to Sergeant Yumi and the job's done.
What's in the package?
You really should know better than to ask for classified intel. What is this, your first day on the job? Don't worry, I'm just giving you a hard time. I still can't tell you what's in the package, though.
Because you don't know, or because it's classified? Alright then.
Good luck with the mission.
Good luck being a spy. What's going on in here? Looks like guns. I like guns. Yes?
Excuse me?
Got anything good over here? I've got one of those.
We're on the cutting edge of technology here. It's an exciting place to be.
Tell me about it.
The things we do here, the tech we develop, benefits all of humanity.
That's an opinion. So you guys and gals and others just let people wander around. That's open-minded, I guess. Or, you know, dangerous. Who are you?
In my opinion, a society is only as advanced as its healthcare. But then, I suppose I am a bit biased. It is surprising how many people need to be reminded to go in for regular medical checkups, even when they don't have to pay for them.
Yeah,
Have
okay.
a great day.
I guess you're like the chief medical person or something. I don't know. Sure, why not? You here for the whole Vanguard thing?
My family never had any love for the UC after the Colony War. They'd probably disown me if they knew I was signing up.
All right. I mean, if I don't agree, then I don't get to be a part, so sure.
Registration accepted. You may now proceed through the historical displays in the orientation hall, or continue on to the examination.
In 2150, humanity learned the Earth's magnetosphere would collapse sometime in the next half-century, eliminating all life on the planet. Decisive action was required, but the secure transport of an entire civilization would demand a new kind of cooperation, a new kind of courage, and a new kind of union. Thus, in 2159, the United Colonies were formed to make that journey possible. Just 1 year later, the Galileo, the first of many colony ships, touched down here on Jemison, beginning a new era of human history, the age of the United Colonies. From their foundation, the United Colonies strove to provide all their citizens with opportunity, security, and peace. But there were those among the UC that still wanted something more: independence. So in 2161, the UC issued the Centaurus Proclamation, granting UC citizens the right to settle distant worlds and form their own sovereign powers. It wasn't long before the first new faction, the Free Star Collective, was formally organized in 2188, later followed by House Varun, revealing themselves to the universe in 2230. It was only in 2230 that the faction known as House Varun first made contact with the rest of the settled systems. Founded by the passengers of a colony ship that had left New Atlantis and disappeared 4 decades earlier, House Varun was a faction unlike any other. A theocracy dedicated wholly to the beliefs of its isolationist founder, Jinan Varun. House Varun initially made overtures of peace towards the rest of the settled systems. They claimed their only intention was to spread the word of their god, the Great Serpent. But none could have guessed that this worship might take the form of a bloody war, the Serpent's Crusade. The Freestar Collective was initially founded in 2188, when the citizens of Aquila banded together with the Pleasure City of Neon in mutual defense. But in 2194, after the deployment of a UC medical star station in orbit around their world, the citizens of Narion also requested to join the collective. The resulting rise in tensions between the Freestar Collective and UC culminated in the settled system's first intergalactic conflict, the Narion War. Despite a decisive victory by the UC, the colonies permitted the citizens of Narion to join the collective, forming the basis for the fiercely independent union that persists to this day.
Gotta love that propaganda. I mean the UC propaganda.
Beginning in 2240, House Varun forces declared all-out war on the rest of human civilization, initiating the Serpent's Crusade. Over the next 23 years, thousands of Freestar, UC, and independent souls were killed by agents of House Varun in the name of their serpent god. It was only with the death of their founder in 2263 and the succession of his heir Jarek that House Varun finally sued for peace. There remained select members of House Varun who refuse to recognize the cessation of hostilities their leaders established. Even after House Varun's mysterious disappearance, these zealots remain a threat to all who encounter them. Their pacification, a goal of all space. Of the many conflicts between the galaxy's factions, none was more brutal than the recent colony war between the UC and the Freestar Collective. Set off by the unauthorized Freestar colonization of Vesta's Pride in 2308, a direct violation of the Nerion Treaty, the colony war spread quickly across the galaxy. Both sides deployed every tool at their disposal. Armadas of warships, mechanized combat platforms, or mechs. Even bioengineered alien creatures. The infamous UC xenoweapons. It was only in 2311 at the Battle of Cheyenne that the scales finally tipped. The Freestar Collective, utilizing their civilian fleet as a human shield, successfully crippled the superior United Colonies Navy. After their shocking victory against the galaxy's greatest navy, the Freestar Collective offered terms of peace, which the colonies, out of an interest in staving off any further human costs, accepted. The galaxy has been rebuilding ever since.
I mean, it sounds to me like Freestar was winning. Sort of.
Few settled worlds were left untouched by the colony war. But nowhere could the viciousness of modern warfare be seen more clearly than on the Freestar planet of Nera. Initially occupied by invading United Colonies forces as a forward operating position, repeated attempts to take and retake the planet by collective forces led only to devastation. Swaths of the world were transformed into scorched husks, a nightmarish testament to the depths of human ingenuity and human cruelty. And today, Nera remains a continuing reminder to the horrors of unfettered war.
Doesn't seem so tough. That thing, on the other hand.
In the midst of the colony war, a different kind of tragedy struck the UC city of Londinian. A newly constructed but critical supply center for the United Colonies' war effort, Londinian found itself overrun by one of the galaxy's most mysterious predators, the Terramorph. A rare but pervasive threat to all human-settled worlds, Terramorphs swept over the city, seemingly out of nowhere, on a scale never before seen in recorded history. Valiant efforts by the UC military slowed the onslaught, but the creatures proved unstoppable. Ultimately, the decision was made to destroy the Londinian spaceport, sealing off the city, the outbreak, and its citizenry from the galaxy at large. The tragedy of Londinian is mourned by the UC to this day.
You know, when I was leaving Argos...
I can't stop staring at it. A real Terramorph.
I really hope this is just a phase.
I should go back to Crete. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to Crete.
After the devastation wrought by the Colony War, the UC and the Freestar Collective came together to ratify a treaty that became known as the Armistice. Both sides agreed to a vast reduction in standing forces, and that xeno-weapons and mech warfare would be outlawed. All related research was sealed away, accessible only in cases of dire emergency. But the Collective had another demand, that the active commanders of the UC military stand trial for their actions. The United Colonies, in the interest of peace and galactic security, agreed. In 2311, 3 United Colonies senior officers were found guilty. Commander Henry Durant, General Indira Rastogi, and Fleet Admiral Francois Sanon, known better as Ve Victus. All were sentenced to death for their actions, bringing the colony war to a close and returning peace to the galaxy at long last.
Yeah, peace.
Something to report?
Not so far.
It was into this new world that the Vanguard was born. An official branch of the UC Navy, the Vanguard is the United Colonies Volunteer Fleet, serving a myriad of security, logistical, and reconnaissance roles. And after a sufficient length of service, UC citizenship is guaranteed to every Vanguard member. Open to all captains, regardless of origin, the Vanguard is leading the charge to protect and support the citizens of the United Colonies, wherever in the galaxy they may be. No one is born a United Colonies citizen. Only through service to the UC can one hope to earn one's citizenship. But the UC prides itself on taking care of its people. Cost of living controls mean citizens pay less than their foreign counterparts for needs big and small. All citizens are issued a grant upon joining to get themselves on their feet. And only UC citizens have the opportunity to purchase property, getting the chance to live in one of the most beautiful cities in the settled systems.
Arguable.
By joining the Vanguard today, you too can begin earning your place here, in the heart of galactic civilization, as a citizen of the United Colonies.
Sure. The heart.
The enemies cheat. There's no other explanation.
Or, hear me out, you suck.
Ah, you must be our new applicant. I'm Proctor Samuelson. The simulator's already been prepped. You can head in whenever you're ready.
What can you tell me about the exam?
Of course. You'll be running through a high-realism combat flight simulation, engineered by members of the UC Science staff, right here in Mast. Your task is to defeat at least 3 tiers of simulated opponents. Accomplish that, and you pass the exam, and can then proceed on to your probationary mission. However, if you defeat more than 3 tiers of enemies, your required enlistment time for citizenship will be reduced, and your enlistment bonus increased. But you're welcome to try as many times as you like before returning to Commander Tuala to proceed on to the next step in your application process. We'll only keep the highest score you manage to achieve in there.
Sounds rigged. Any advice?
While I can't answer that question directly, I will say this. Due to the solitary nature of our work, resourcefulness is a critical tool in any Vanguard pilot's repertoire. You're permitted, even encouraged, to use whatever tool you're able to find in there.
What if I said piloting wasn't my area of expertise? Why don't you just mark me down as pass and I leave?
Vanguard assignments can often include both space and ground combat. It'd be bad for both you and the United Colonies to not ensure you're adept in both capacities before sending you out on your first real assignment.
And what kind of ship am I going to be flying? I'm assuming Deimos.
The simulator is designed to be a near-perfect replica of a Class B Deimos hoplite, the United Colony's standard destroyer model. It's been tuned to provide a challenging but fair fight against the enemy squadrons you'll encounter inside.
Well, alright then.
Alright then.
Hey, I just said that. I should probably eat something before I go in. Don't know how long this is going to take.
This is the Mark 18 Flight Simulation Chamber applicant, currently in orbit around a high-detail recreation of a remote world. When you're ready to begin, please take a seat in the pilot's chair. Your exam is simple. Defeat as many tiers of opponents as you can before your ship is disabled. You must defeat at least 3 tiers of opponents to pass the exam. Good hunting, applicant.
New targets active. upgrade active. Damage upgrade active.
Ally active.
Extermination protocols active.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 1 reached. Initiating Tier 2. New targets active.
Target defeated. Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 2 reached. Initiating Tier 3. New targets active.
Engines offline. Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 3 reached.
Congratulations, applicant. You've defeated sufficient opponents to pass the exam. You may now exit the simulator through the hatch to record your current score, or stay and try your hand at the remaining tiers. Resuming the examination.
New targets active.
Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 4 reached. Initiating Tier 5. New targets active.
Target defeated. At least try to defeat us. You must be able to do better than that. Engines disabled. Target defeated.
Congratulations, applicant. You've passed. You can head up to good showing in there, applicant.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm the best.
Well, look who's back. Everything go all right with the exam? Or did you have some questions you needed answered first?
No, I'm done.
Ah, so these are your numbers that just came through then. You ready to hear how you did?
What else is there to cover? I passed, didn't I?
You did, but your exam score and how you got there factor into how long you're going to have to serve to get your citizenship. So, you ready to review it?
Sir, yes, sir.
I like the fire, applicant. Let's get into it. So, looking at the data, hit every mural in the orientation hall, huh? A test of preparation and thoroughness. Two traits the Vanguard values highly. Psychological results are all within expected levels. Navy doesn't have room for folks that'll fall apart the first time they're trying to outrun a homing missile. Oh, you found the debug system in the simulator. Nicely done. Curiosity and resourcefulness are skills our recruits need. Though, this output... Wait, you hacked into the actual debug system? Huh. You really do know your way around machines, don't you? I'll make sure that's noted. Though working around the system instead of in it isn't the way this test is supposed to be done. Now, how'd you do against your foes? Tier 6. You cleared Tier 6. No one clears Tier 6, even with the debug tools. Should be damn proud of yourself. So then, looking at your results as a whole, and factoring in that you managed to utilize all the tools at your disposal, once you've successfully completed your probationary mission, you could have your UC citizenship after only just 3 years. Guess a top 99th percentile piloting score will do that. Plus a hefty signing bonus to boot. Not gonna get a better offer than that. Sounds like you're just the type of pilot the Vanguard's looking for. If you're interested, we could bring you on as a provisional member today. Get you the credits you've earned, then send you out on your probationary mission. First, though, all UC service people, provisional or otherwise, are required to swear an oath. So, you want to make this official? Commit yourself to the cause of the colonies?
I mean, it sounds like I'm overqualified, but, what about under the table? I like to operate independently.
You're not in the Freestar Collective here. Vanguard keeps its work above board. You want in, you have to do the same as everyone else. And that starts with the oath.
Yeah, sure. Above board. I'm ready.
Fantastic. Then just follow me.
Be right there.
wouldn't be right doing this where we couldn't see the skies. Now, raise your right hand. The motto of the Vanguard is Supra et Ultra, above and beyond. That is where we serve, beyond the furthest reaches of the United Colonies military, and with honor and duty above reproach. Do you swear to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities? And to uphold the values of the Vanguard, honor, loyalty, self-reliance, in all your actions as a member of the United Colonies Navy?
I'm not normally big into commitment, but for you, sure.
I guess I'll take it. Then let me be the first to officially welcome you to the United Colonies Vanguard. Now, only thing left is getting you that probationary mission. And what I've got is comms repair. Group trying to refurb an old colony war processing plant on Tau Ceti 2. Sounds like they'd barely gotten set up when their communications died. Place is as isolated as they come, so Brass wants a Vanguard to deliver the repair suite and ensure anyone present is safe and secure. So, can the people of Tau Ceti 2 count on you?
I mean, I'm getting paid, right?
Oh, that's the spirit. Head down to the spaceport and talk to Crew Chief Harath. He'll get you the repair suite plus your new recruit kit. Oh, and your advance. Give it your all out there. Supra et Ultra.
Well, thanks then. I mean, I don't know if it's the best city in the settled systems, but yeah, I gotta admit, it's pretty nice.
So I dust the last spacer ship, but then I realized my tank sprung a leak. I'm stuck. And the only place close enough to land? Wait.
You're not suggesting.
Tolaman 2, Terramorph Heaven. So, I sat down, grabbed the highest caliber weapon I've got, and start walking.
Boom. If that had actually happened, you wouldn't be standing here.
No lie. Hell, you're welcome to go ask around the Marine outpost I stumbled into. They're the only reason I'm still breathing.
Set foot on that death trap. I think I'll just take your word for it.
Yeah, I call bull too. Everybody has a big story.
No, I'm not feeling that bad.
We have an appointment. You're seeing the doctor. That's it.
Maybe some other time. I have that report that's due.
I talked to your boss. She agreed that you need to take care of yourself. I know it's tough, honey, but a lot of times the earlier they catch something, the better it is.
You're right. I know you're right. I just wish they wouldn't keep us waiting so long.
Have you tried just going in? Sometimes just going in works. I'm just going in. Hey, Doc.
Should you find yourself in need, medical supplies are available for purchase at, if I may say, very competitive prices.
Show me.
Welcome to Reliant. If you're in need of medical assistance or require supplies, I am sure we can accommodate you.
I could use some supplies.
Well, you've certainly come to the right place.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
See? All you gotta do is just walk in. Waitin's for chumps.
Please let me know if I may assist you.
Yes, you can.
You won't find a larger array of options in all the settled systems, I guarantee you.
You seem very sure of yourself.
Would you buy from someone who is not? I know what I like. I have a good sense of what most other people like, and the rest is just making sure they're pleased with their purchase. It's clothing, not grav drive tech.
Let me see what you've got.
Be my guest.
All right.
I'm glad you came in.
Me too. My credits, not so much. What's in here? Well, now, that seems silly. Shouldn't just leave cred sticks out. Somebody might just come by and take them. And then what are you left with? Nothing. The fun part is, I don't even need the credits. I've got credits to spare. I could drop a credit for every footstep I walk and still have money left over. Like I said, I had a life before Argos. And I guess
stopping by. What brings you in?
Constellation now.
Need something but don't have a lot of time? That's why I'm here.
How's business?
Nice and steady. Just the way I like it. I've got a good location, plenty of foot traffic, and a ton of people who are in a hurry and need to make a quick stop for the essentials. Things keep going this way, I'm going to start opening franchises all over the settled systems.
What do you got?
No problem. Happy to serve.
All right.
Thanks for stopping in. I can always use the business.
Thanks for selling me crap. Well, it'll become crap. Eventually. Everything does. I would imagine every floor is about the same. One floor is just like another.
Bad news for the League of Independent Settlers, or LIST. A prospective colonist family used LIST resources to find a new home, a remote moon filled with life and ideal for farming. The only problem is that moon does not exist. So instead of starting a new life, free of rules and completely self-reliant, the family returned to New Atlantis and filed a lawsuit. List told our reporter it was a simple data entry error. It should have been listed as 3B instead of 2B. We're just a resource, and we're not liable. That was little comfort to the irate would-be colonists.
Yeah, that's the problem with not naming everything with an actual name.
It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to sell. That's it. I'm not going to show up to work for a week. Then my boss will see how much she pays. Great.
There's something to be said for brand loyalty. I'd much rather have someone comfortable with their purchase than some mythical best possible buy. Welcome to Centurion Arsenal. It is my absolute pleasure to assist you with any purchases or questions you may have. All sales are final, but that won't matter because you will undoubtedly be pleased with your purchase. You have my word.
You take all this pretty seriously.
Is that a surprise? These are potentially matters of life and death we're talking about here.
And what would you recommend?
Well, that's not a simple question, is it? It all depends on who's asking. I have my own personal favorites, but I wouldn't presume to know yours. Tell me, were you to find yourself in the unfortunate position of needing to use a weapon, what suits you best? Something up close and personal? Rapid fire? Is precision a consideration?
Depends on the situation. And I don't care as long as I'm still standing at the end.
Ah, yes. Well, if efficiency is a priority, then you really can't go wrong with Allied armaments. They've been supplying the UC for years, and for good reason.
Let me see what you have.
I'm sure we can find something that suits you.
I mean, honestly, I'm only looking for two things. And you apparently don't have it. Shame. You have a nice day.
That sounds great.
That movie was epic.
Definitely better than the last Interceptor.
But why did they replace the handler? I thought the actress was amazing.
She turned him down. She apparently signed on to do some Shakespeare film. King Lear, I think.
How many damned versions of Shakespeare do we need? I mean, after Kincaid's King Lear, why bother, right?
You have hidden it.
So after an hour of whining, you're finally
It's a
out.
beautiful day today.
They're just sitting on the grass. They should be playing.
Welcome to Chunks. Please choose your chunks. Thanks for choosing Chunks. Which chunks would you like today?
One of each.
I'm happy to serve you.
That was not one of each, but I guess it was one of everything you have, which is just as good, right? Wrong. Wrong! You seem interesting. What brings you out here?
Just enjoying the view. These days, my favorite thing to do is sit and listen. The wind, the trees, they all have their own language. Sometimes they even sing.
Tell me about your life.
I'm close to 80 years old, so I will spare you the long version. To put it simply, I lived, and I loved. And really, does a person need anything else?
Sure. I could do with more credits.
Couldn't we all? But I think you'll find that a few more credits will not make you happy. A lot of credits, maybe. But only because it gives you the time to find what really makes you happy.
Any advice?
You don't need my advice. You're alive. And you've survived everything that comes with that title. Which is to say, you are an achievement. A gift. Never forget that.
Got anything, you want done?
Oh, it just so happens I need a letter delivered to my pen pal in Sidonia. Pay is in advance. 1,000 credits.
Why trust this letter to a stranger?
What is a stranger except a friend you haven't met? Besides, there's something about you that I like, and I've always trusted my gut.
Who's the pen pal?
Her name is Hattie. She used to live in the apartment I live in now. I used to get all her packages because she never bothered to change her address. One day I tracked her down and sent her a letter. She sent one back. And from then on, we just never stopped responding.
All right, I'll help.
Bless you, child. I believe you'll find Hattie at the community center in Sidonia. Just hand her the letter. She'll know who it's from.
Welcome to Chunks. What chunks would you like and how many?
Nothing today. Just taking a walk.
Well, if you change your mind, let me know.
Dude, she wasn't even in your store. Weirdo. Says the person that just randomly engaged her in conversation myself.
What's the point?
Of what? Been up there, huh? Space? Must be cool. I never get to go to space.
I mean, there's a spaceship leaving every day. It's not that expensive. Well, owning a ship is, but, you know, you can always get a rental. Maybe not right now.
There is simply no parallel to the food you will find here. One taste, and I'm sure you'll agree. All
Tell
of
me.
our signature dishes are unique to the Roost. You won't find anything like them anywhere else.
Yeah, but this place looks expensive.
The Dawn's Roost represents the highest quality, from the ingredients to the decor.
No expense is spared. Anyone who has sampled our offerings will assure you it is all worth it.
Let me see what you got.
Right away. Enjoy the rest of your day.
If the bartender has a mystery drink
Shift's
for you to
over.
try,
Time for the
don't.
boost.
Yeah, okay. That view is pretty spectacular. Look at that giant monstrosity. Beautiful. You seem busy.
Bleh.
Gesundheit.
I did not sneeze, I groaned. I just don't understand why such a first-class restaurant can be satisfied with serving second-rate coffee. Of course, it could just be my palate. It's quite refined, which is both a blessing and curse.
Any place you recommend?
All the towers offer breathtaking views for a price. It isn't the name on the building that matters, but how many floors are beneath you. But if you're looking for a living space, you want to speak with Miss Sanguini at the Realtor's office. She's the authority on the subject.
That wasn't what I was asking about. Have you tried Terra Brew?
I know you didn't just say Terra Brew. Surely my ears must be deceiving me. Because to even imply that I would put that liquid garbage into my body is an insult I cannot tolerate.
Well, aren't you the snob? How's the food here?
It is, as the saying goes, to die for, and I mean that quite literally. I think the most commonly requested meal for those on their deathbeds is a Jemison Wellington.
And where would you find better coffee?
Funny you should ask. I recently dined with a friend of mine with ties to the Freestar Collective. And he claims the best cup of joe he's ever had was in Aquila City.
People claim a lot of things.
Ah, but in this case, my friend brought proof. In his hand was a single coffee bean, fermented in the digestive tract of an alien beast.
That sounds disgusting. How does feeding the beans to an animal improve taste?
It's not an entirely new idea. In the old world, growers used elephants. They believed the stomachs of these ancient beasts would ferment the bean and draw out its true flavor.
So what you're saying is... Yeah, I don't care. I'm not drinking coffee from an alien's butt.
The man I hired had a similar response, but his job wasn't to drink the coffee. It was to feed the beans to various predators in the settled systems and retrieve the results. But it seems after consuming the beans, the beast decided to make a meal of him. So I need someone to find this beast and remove my property from its stomach. As for compensation, you'll receive 2,000 credits when the job is complete.
2,000 credits. Where would I find this predator?
The man I hired had a transponder on him. When the predator consumed him, it also consumed the device. Rest assured, I'll have all the information forwarded to your ship's tracking systems.
I guess I'll be tracking down your beans.
Excellent. I will have the coordinates sent to your ship. I trust you know the way out.
Dude, don't be rude. I tell you, the settled systems is so weird. Random people with weird random jobs, giving them to random strangers that just walk up to them and
I feel like starting.
talk to them.
The freewheel and space ace. Must be nice.
It is nice. You're right.
Shayla, being 40 now.
You gotta let her go. We got the other children. Grandkids, too.
Shayla had such fire.
Last stop,
Coffee is the
Apollo.
only thing that gets me through.
My favorite.
I've been lost without terribly.
And we can afford it. Mercury is much cheaper.
Got the mortgage approval signed and ready. I've gone back. Apollo's got the best view of the city. And it's closer to Naft.
Like by 30 feet.
Like I said, it's closer.
I think I want to join List. Start a homestead. Live that life.
Go for it.
Another Terror Brew. Hello again.
Poise, your stature, your confidence. You strike me as a fellow collector.
Yeah,
So
well,
much to see, so much to learn. Life is beautiful in that way. Yes?
sure.
As you can see, traffic is good. The sales keep climbing.
And there are 2 locations.
Thanks
in
for
New
choosing
Atlantis.
Terra Brew. What can I get you?
Yes. And the sales in the fest didn't dip at all when the second store opened.
Thanks for choosing Terra Brew. What can I get you?
Times change, but
Give me one of
thing's
everything.
constant.
Certainly. Please take your time.
Need to report back, but this is very encouraging.
I think somebody dropped this.
Welcome to Whetstone. If you're looking for the best cut of meat in the settled systems, look no further.
What's on the menu?
I guarantee you won't be disappointed.
I guarantee I'm just gonna eat alien jerky. Because I've made 1,000,000 of them. Oh, hey. Argos main office. Hello.
You look familiar. Where do I know you from?
I worked with Lynn on the Vectera job.
Oh, yes. Lynn mentioned hiring some brand new miner before she left for that job. I must have seen your picture in the contractor database. I take it this means the job's done then. Good to know. So, what can I help you with?
Well, sort of. You know, the Crimson Fleet attacked.
Oh, wow. That's terrible. Those pirates sure are getting bolder these days. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, but what about compensation?
We don't normally offer contractors the same benefits we offer full-time employees. But then again, our contractors don't usually face pirate attacks. Here, I'll compensate you for any medical treatment or other expenses you incurred as a result, as long as you don't attempt to pursue any outside litigation.
Aha. Really? 500? It was a mess. Blood everywhere. I've never seen such carnage. Pretty sure someone died.
Oh my, how horrifying that must have been to deal with. I'm glad you're safe now. I hope that experience won't turn you off working for us in the future. And of course, we'll make sure to pay our respects to the victim's family.
So, what is Lynn's role specifically?
Well, after I book a job, Lynn meets with the clients to nail down the details. She negotiates the terms of the contract and even supervises some of our more important work sites. That woman never stops impressing me.
And what's next for Argos?
We just picked up several more contracts. Risky stuff, if I'm being truthful, but we position ourselves to take advantage of jobs like that. Think asteroid mining and other tough jobs. The next few years are going to be interesting for Argos.
Well, alrighty.
Goodbye now.
Let me take a look at your file. Huh. What? Not found. Who the hell are you?
Don't worry about it.
Ever run into spaces? Can't go in. You just
Scumbags and scavengers.
But David's my friend. He writes me.
I hate to break it to you, but his PA is the one who signs all those cards and headshots. Mr. Barron's a very busy and important man.
I've just got a feeling about you. You have a story to tell.
Sure.
Welcome to SSNN, where the news never sleeps. If you're part of the David Barron fan club, try not to inflate his ego too much. He's liable to burst.
What's your problem with him?
We spend hundreds of hours digging into stories, sorting the lies from the damned lies. Then David performs a 2-minute segment and wins an award. Who'd have a problem with that?
And who are you?
A cog in the machine. If you mean literally, Nadia Mufaz, head researcher of the office. So if we got any facts wrong, I'm the one who files your complaint into the shredder.
Well, nice to meet you too.
Sorry. Long day. Longer night. How about a do-over? Let's take a look at you. You're not from around here. My guess is you work, really work, for a living. I bet you have a story or two. I have a feeling about such things.
Well, actually, your intern, Toby, something, asked me to do an interview for you.
Tommy? Tommy did something useful?
Tommy.
So you must be the captain of the... Frontier?
Eh.
Rumor is there was a firefight at a mining installation. I'm interested only in primary sources. So things you've seen and or done that are newsworthy. No hearsay. So, what do you got for me?
Well, the Crimson Fleet attacked an Argos mining facility.
Looks like some Crimson Fleet brainiac figured out it's easier to hit stationary targets than dogfighting in the field. And you are an eyewitness with the courtesy to find us instead of being chased down. Refreshing. So what were the pirates doing there? It's not their usual MO.
We were mining beryllium, iron, some rare minerals. Easy credits for them.
Rare minerals, you say? That would be worth the price of admission. So what's your role in all this? Part of a tour group?
I ran the whole dig. Supervisor Cass, at your service. No. I was one of the miners.
Huh. I didn't realize Argos extractors hired such capable crew. So we've covered the basics. How about any harrowing tales of daring do? How'd a bunch of miners triumph?
Luck? I killed the whole lot of them single-handedly. And no, I'm not lying.
By yourself? Uh-huh. We deal with fact, not fiction here. So try again.
I took point defense with my mining laser, and I killed them all single-handedly.
Are those things rated for bad guys? This is a good local story. Plucky miners band together and punch above their weight. If you ever get more stories like this, drop by. And take this to cover any incidentals, or other creative ways to pad out an expense report.
Nice. What other stories you working on?
You talk and get paid, I spread the news. It's a classic win-win. I'm working on an investigative piece about some of the businesses in the well right now. Trying to get a handle on how things are in that part of the city. I'm not sure the story will get off the ground, though. I asked the higher-ups if I could go down there for some interviews, but they said it's too dangerous. They'd probably be all for it if David asked.
Think anyone will read something like that?
I wouldn't be writing it if I didn't. Most people in New Atlantis like to pretend the well doesn't exist. I think it's important to call attention to what's going on down there.
I could do the interviews.
Would you really? I'd owe you big time if you did. You've been a huge help on my other stories. I'm sure you'd do great.
And you give me credits?
Who do I look like, David Barron? Yeah, I'd give you credit for your work. Credits, too. I have a small budget for things like this.
Alright, done.
Great. I had 3 interviewees in mind. Teresa Mason, the owner of Kay's House, Henrik Zoran at Apex Electronics, and Nurse O'Shea from the Med Bay. You don't need to ask too many tough questions. I just want to read on how their businesses are doing, and how things are in the well. I really can't thank you enough.
Your credits will thank me.
Administrations come and go in the big city, but SSNN is here to stay.
You must be David Barron.
It's important that the people of the United Colonies can trust their primary news source.
And you just spout platitudes. Alrighty.
David's amazing, and I hear he's single.
Speaking of alien jerky, delicious.
Don't be nervous. You got this.
Welcome to Infinity Ltd's corporate headquarters.
Infinity is
You'll need to contact someone directly if you need to schedule an appointment.
People like you.
So, what do you do then?
Yeah, I'm sure a junior assistant is fine.
In the door, show initiative, positive attitude, and the sky's the limit.
I could see how you made head cheerleader.
Go Timberwolves!
Wow, you look completely different.
Enhance is here for you, no matter your needs. Hi, welcome to Enhance. Thanks so much for stopping in today. I'm sure my staff and I can accommodate your every need. If you're here to try something new or on a whim, or to replicate a look you've seen and loved elsewhere, or just want to love your reflection in the mirror a little bit more, we've got you covered. All our services and records are private and confidential, so no need to worry.
I'm really glad that you take patient confidentiality so seriously. A breach of information could be a major problem for your business. And why did you volunteer that information? Because we already know that.
Oh my God. You certainly put things bluntly, don't you?
You have nothing to worry about, right?
I did. No, I do. I take it all very seriously. Sorry, you just took me a little off guard. To tell you the truth, I made a bit of a slip-up. I may have lost a data slate containing the confidential information of numerous patients. Little things, you know, like payment information, procedures done, age, birthdays, mailing addresses. Oh no, who am I kidding? This is so bad. If that information gets out, my business and reputation could be destroyed. No patient will trust me again.
Wow. You are terrible at your job.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. There's no need to hit someone when they're down. Please, I'm begging you. You have to find that slate.
Well, I don't, but I could. Where have you been recently?
Yes. Oh, thank you. And let's see, I frequent the Terror Brew nearby, as well as Whetstone. I also stopped by the Valberg building recently. Thank you for doing this. You're a lifesaver. Please, come back as soon as you have the slate. Oh, and don't read anything on it. It's confidential stuff, remember?
Uh-huh.
Enhance will be here anytime you'd like a different look.
What's even the point of doing it that way if they're just going to change it?
That's just how things are.
How can I help you be the best you possible?
You cannot lose this again.
You found it? Oh my God, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. You have helped a humble businessman. You saved me and my business. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you so much. I hope this hasn't tainted your perception of my wonderful facility. If you need any work done, I'll always be here.
Yeah.
Come back anytime.
I'll keep my confidential information confidential.
You might want to rethink that.
Rations? Check.
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. Doctor, huh? Well, am I right?
Waiting.
Service with a smile. That's the UC way. I'm on tax duty tomorrow. Can't wait.
Sounds wonderful. You know, I'll talk to somebody else.
Take it easy.
Somebody that looks more
Bulk items may require
important.
multiple levels of approval and can take up to several weeks for an official response. We apologize for any delay. Welcome to UC Distribution. Now, before you say a word, I am required to inform you that formal complaints cannot be filed until the customer feedback system is back online. I have been told it'll be up and running in 2 weeks, but you know how these things are. I am sorry for any potential inconvenience. Also, if you're here about a corporate account, I've been assured that deliveries will be back on schedule soon.
Wow, I just want to see what you have for sale.
I hope we have what you need.
That was so much information. Most of it useless.
Right.
Have a nice day.
Come back if you need something else.
Keep it moving.
Rude.
Good for you.
You're only as safe as your equipment out there. Welcome to Outland. We deal in only the finest, most reliable gear for whatever adventures may await you. All of our products come highly recommended by individuals who have devoted their lives to distant travel. And while I've never needed them myself, I stand by everything we offer.
So you just fly out there naked? That's impressive.
No flying for me. Not my style.
So you've never been to space?
Goodness, no, I just couldn't. You're out there millions of miles away from anything, and if something goes wrong, I can't stomach the thought. I prefer solid ground under my feet at all times. And preferably a hot, fresh coffee within reach. Can't get those in space either.
Well, actually, you can, but let me see what you got.
Please do. I hope we have something that suits you. Get it?
Oh, I get it. I don't want it, but I get it.
Good luck on all your adventures.
Why, thank you.
Can we run through it one more time?
Something about Galbank.
But I keep stumbling over the third quarter projections.
Something about... People see, but they don't see.
Ryujin Industries is looking for the young, bright minds of the future. Apply today at the nearest kiosk.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta have fun in life, you know?
I'm happy to help out in whatever way I can here. Anything Thomas needs, I'm here for him. I'd heard of the Sanctum growing up, but never thought much of it. Then one day, it happened for me.
Where's a greater in volume 2? Is that what you're looking at?
Some folks never feel it. That connection to the universe you only get from grav jumping. Honestly, I wish I could show them what they're missing. You know, there are folks I sometimes see only once every few years. In between, they're just out there. Jumping.
Sure.
Yes, exactly. It's like...
When someone insults you, you want to just beat the shit out of them sometimes, but you don't.
Well, not quite what I was thinking, but that's actually a great example, Marcus. The man in the story was cruel. But you know why he was cruel? You must feel what he feels. Understand his pain. Accept it, and deliver it not back upon him.
Empathy. You mean empathy? But you say it like it's easy. Like anyone can just love a terrible person who has been terrible to them.
Yeah, why even bother? I mean, isn't the cycle of humanity peace and war back and forth, like forever? Seems kind of pointless to try so hard for something that won't last. Nothing ever really changes.
It's not easy, no, but necessary. Because you see, everything has changed. God has given us the intelligence, the ingenuity to reach into the stars, to travel his path, to truly find him. But we can't do it alone. The only way is through
unity.
Huh. Yes, Andreas. Yes. Unity. Well, I'm sure you all have other things to do. Thank you for taking the time to stop and talk with me.
Have you ever heard one of his sermons? They're really good.
Howdy.
I had this grav jump once, and I don't know, I felt something. Thought I was crazy at first.
Oh, hi there. I'm Marcus Lestari. Are you interested in the Sanctum Universum?
Sure.
Glad to hear it. It's an exciting time for the church. We're growing every day, and we've been getting more interested visitors lately, too. Actually, we've had a few visitors come by recently, but they have yet to come visit us again. this strikes me as a good opportunity. I'm wondering, would you like to go check in with those visitors and welcome them back to our church? Maybe all they need is just another invitation. And don't worry, I'll pay for your effort, of course.
Why not reach out to them yourself? Aren't you a member?
Well, that's why. We want to keep growing our community, but sometimes people can be suspicious of others who are already heavily involved in the church. A new face like yourself might make the prior visitors more comfortable with returning, and you all may learn something along the way. Either something about the church or about yourselves.
Sure, why not?
Excellent. Their names were Tony, Evie, and Johan. When you check in with them, give them one of these slates. It's just a little something welcoming them back, if they're interested. If you want, take some time to talk with them, get to know them, and why they were interested in the Sanctum Universum. In any case, when you're done, come back to me, and I'll give you your payment.
Why don't I learn a little bit more about your, religion? And your very stupid hats.
There's so many mysteries in the universe, so many unknowns that I try to help out others whenever I get the chance. I may not always have the perfect advice for people, but I try to just be here for them. I think that's what they really need more than anything else. Were you seeking worldly wisdom or just a friendly ear?
I'm not seeking anything.
Are you sure about that? I think we're all looking for something, even if we're not aware of it. I could be wrong, of course, wouldn't be the first time, but if you find you're desiring something more, perhaps the church can be of service. You might give something of our writings a read. See what you think. I'd recommend starting with Among the Graph Jumps. I'm sure there's a copy lying about somewhere. And if you'd like, we could have a little chat afterwards. I'll certainly be here for it, or any other reason you might need me.
I'm sure I did at one point, but, you know, drawing a blank.
Understandable. The things I've forgotten over time. Well, you could fill more than a few books. As I said, I'm sure there's a copy somewhere. Might jog your memory. And it would give us an opportunity to discuss the ideas, which I would thoroughly enjoy. If you do read it, you know where to find me.
What if I said I skimmed it?
Is there anything I can help with?
Tell me about this place.
Well, we're a newer organization, at least officially. Our facility here in New Atlantis has only been around a few decades. But we're gaining new members all the time. I think people have been grasping for something to express what they're experiencing, and I'm glad we can be here for them.
Okay.
The Sanctum will always be here for those who seek it.
Aquilus has helped me through some tough times lately.
The Freestar Collective. A collective of snakes. What do you want? I'm very busy.
That's no way to talk to a hard-working delivery person.
Delivery? Let me see. Oh, yeah. I went to the Sanctum Universum a while back. I haven't checked it out again, though.
It's right there. What are your thoughts?
It's interesting. The whole literally finding God thing is comforting to me in a way. Wait, why am I telling you this?
I don't know. Maybe you should visit again.
I'm not sure. The truth is that I want to believe in it all. The Sanctum Universum believes that God gave us the ability to grab jumps so that we can search for him and find him. If that's true, maybe I can find my dad as well. I lost him when I was just a little girl. I can barely remember him.
That's a sad story. Why didn't you go back?
Because if it all ends up not being real, I'd be devastated.
Well, talking to others might help you with your grief.
I don't need a lecture from you. Listen, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'll go back if I want to.
Who was lecturing?
Hello.
Bitch.
Nobody sees the ambassador without an appointment, and you don't have one.
How do you know?
Unless you've got embassy business, I suggest you mosey along.
I've got an appointment. Or not.
By the Freestar Collective's ragtag fleet, both sides decided the time had come to bring the colony war to an end. So, the two parties came together to negotiate the terms of the armistice. Fleet sizes would be capped, mechs and xeno-weapons outlawed, and all research related to those fields would be kept under lock and key in their own special archive, which actually rests below our feet as we speak. And while these new restrictions transformed the settled systems overnight, entire economies were upended with the flick of a pen. They also marked the start of something critical: cooperation between the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective for the first time in decades. A pledge between the powers for a more harmonious future. Thank you for listening.
Propaganda.
It's a fascinating subject, the colony war, though I'm thankful I didn't have to participate.
You know, I honestly expected this place to be a lot more rah-rah UC. Maybe they learned their lesson.
The UC won't ever be the same place it was before the colony war. But honestly, I think that's for the best.
You should see the setup they've got for the Vanguard orientation inside Mast. Makes this space look amateur.
I've seen it.
The UC and the Freestar Collective traded a lot of lives for not a lot of gain. But I guess that's war, isn't it?
Yeah, something war never changes.
Hi. How you doing?
Well, that was very polite of you. Oh, and I'm doing fine, thank you. I'm doing fine, thank you. Doesn't matter. Now, who's the rude one?
Tell me how many zeros I need to add to the offer.
I'm sorry, sir, but we can't sell to you. UC citizens only.
Ah, I think I understand. And
It's a buyer's market right now. Good time to make a move.
Sir, bribery is a crime.
Welcome to Feeling Realty. I'm Zora, and I'm here to help with whatever you may need. What brings you in today? Looking to settle down, or move up in the world, or just window shopping?
I want to find some place to live in New Atlantis.
I don't blame you. It's a lovely city, the crown jewel of the UC. I'm here if you have any more questions, or if you'd like to look at properties.
What do you got for sale?
Okay, let me just pull up your data. Oh, I'm sorry, but you're not a United Colony citizen. I'm afraid property ownership here in New Atlantis isn't available to you. If you take the exciting step of becoming a citizen, we'll be here for you.
You have any properties outside of New Atlantis?
Oh, don't I wish. Between UC regulations and demand here in the city, I haven't had a chance to branch out yet. But you best believe I'm keeping an eye on the situation and actively lobbying for a little more leeway.
Well, then, no offense, but you're basically useless.
Stop by anytime.
They keep saying they've changed. Maybe I should give them a second chance? No, I know you're going to do it anyway, but...
Enhance is planning to open up 2 new branches to keep up with demand in the settled system.
Heard you talk to trees.
I'm sorry, I really can't afford to be distracted. I need to get to the bottom of this.
You seem to be staring at a tree.
I am not staring, I am analyzing. This is important xenobiological work. I work for the scientific division of MAST. I've been studying this tree for quite some time, and it appears to be exhibiting some worrying signs. Are you familiar with this particular specimen? Do you understand its importance? Look, I have a lot of work to do here. If you're just going to gawk, I'd ask that you move on. If you can actually assist me, however, I would appreciate it. I don't normally solicit help from random passersby, but it seems an exception is necessary. Would you be willing to retrieve some additional data for me?
You don't? Because a lot of people accept help from random passersby. That's been my experience. I'm interested if there's payment.
A mercenary, huh? Well, I'm sure we can work something out. So, are you on board?
Sure. I'd love to help.
Well, thank you. That's unexpected. There's a series of biosensors I've placed in various locations around New Atlantis, all calibrated to gather pertinent information. They've been running for long enough that I think it's time to collect and analyze their findings. If you would bring them to me, that would save time.
So, you're literally sending me on a wild goose chase. Maybe later.
Lux and the Lux site sold out in a record 0.8 seconds.
Mark my words. Someday, I'll be running the Office of Interstellar Affairs.
When contacted, the Lux Site agent
If I move back to Neon, I'd miss New Atlantis like crazy.
What?
Something something Galbeck terminals.
It's getting pretty late. What time is it? I don't know.
It's 1844 local time.
The petition doesn't say we want to kick people out of the well, just that there should be more oversight.
How's the still have questions? Go ahead and ask.
Got your package.
Nicely done. It's really hard to find good help these days. That being said, my luck seems to be turning around. We've gotten a lot of new personnel as of late, not just you. Who knew all I had to do was put up a sign?
Well, glad it worked out.
As am I. And the best part is, since you're all part-timers, there's no paperwork. Anyway, here's your payment. And if I have any more work for you, I'll let you know.
So basically what you're saying is no benefits. Got a question for you.
Ah, if it isn't my favorite part-time security officer.
Got a friend who needs something from storage.
Yeah, we all got friends who need things. But we've also got rules and regulations, and I'm not going to bend them. Your friend can file a request like everyone else.
Okay. Got any more work?
I've got nothing at the moment, but come back later, and I might have something for you.
Well, all right.
See you later.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP in A and B, B and E, or heaven forbid an MS. But at least then, we wouldn't have to worry about a VOP. Am I right? You will be scanned as you enter the city.
I don't even know what you said. Oh, look.
I want to be the next David Barron. Even bigger. The news never sleeps.
And how's SSN treating you?
The world of journalism can be brutal. Everyone at SSNN just views me as the intern, which I am, but I want to be taken seriously, you know? I think if I can somehow get my work into people's hands, and then the higher-ups at SSNN will finally start to see how awesome I am.
Yeah, I'm sure you're awesome. Good luck with that, kid.
Yeah, thanks. I'll figure something out, I guess. I'll make it big one day. You'll see.
I'm sure I will.
Shocked she managed to limp back here at all. Pull it for leeches, get it fixed up, and let her know we'll have it ready as soon as we can.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
You are new probationary then? Crew Chief Herat. Pleasure to be working with you.
It's my job to make sure all you rocket jockeys are ready for anything that comes at you up there. Now, Manifest says we're fitting you out with one comms repair suite.
In addition to the standard issue welcome kit all probationary pilots get for their first mission. Med packs, some small arms, couple spare ship parts, all the essentials in case of any surprises up there.
My people will have everything on your ship before you lift off. Won't even know they were there. So, paying a visit to the people of scenic Tau Ceti 2. Nice easy one for your first job. Just keep your head on swivel and you'll come home safe. Any questions before you head out?
What can you tell me about Tau Ceti 2?
I honestly didn't realize it had people living on it until we got your recorder.
Report they gave us seemed clean. No known hostile outposts. But I wouldn't say that's permission to let your guard down. Just watch out for wildlife and pirates. Keep those med packs handy and you'll be fine.
And what exactly are you putting on my ship?
Nothing too dangerous, if that's your concern. The repair suite's mostly just wiring and circuit boards. The welcome kit has some goodies in there I wouldn't leave sitting around when company comes to visit. But it's nothing some proper storage can't make safe.
Guess I'm all set then.
Then I won't keep you.
Make us look good out there, recruit.
We'll see what I can do. Of course, I'm not actually leaving right now, but it has been a fairly long day, and I think I'm going to have a rest for the night. Plus, it's always good to check what they put on your ship. The sounds of the spaceport. I love it.
Hello
Marika,
again.
let's talk.
Missed the sound of my voice, huh?
Mind if I ask you some questions?
Sure, ask away.
Where are you from?
I was raised in Hope Town on Polvo. It's a corporate town run by Ron Hope, the CEO of Hope Tech Manufacturing. He likes to sell it as a utopia, a place where workers are provided everything they need for a happy life. But that's a lie. The conditions are awful for the average person in Hope Town. Almost everyone there lives hand to mouth.
What makes conditions there so bad?
It's Ron Hope's fault. He controls everything that happens in Hope Town. Our entire economy is dependent on him. There's nothing stopping him from increasing wages and improving safety in his factories, but he won't do it. Keeping your workforce poor and plying them with cheap liquor at company stores is a good way to keep them around.
If things are so bad, I'm surprised more people don't leave.
I think more people would if they had the chance. But Hope Tech makes it almost impossible. They barely make enough to keep the lights on, let alone start a new life outside of Hope Town. That's why I joined the Freestar Rangers. I knew they'd fly me to Aquila for training, and I wanted to do something more meaningful with my life than building starships. I thought being a ranger would be a perfect fit, but it didn't turn out like I was expecting. Boarding the ship to leave Hope Town might be the best thing that happened to me while I was a deputy.
Sorry to hear leaving wasn't what you expected.
No apology needed, huh? It's not your fault. For all that working with the Rangers wasn't for me, I still learned a lot. It was eye-opening to see how people live all over the Freestar Collective. I thought the conditions in Hope Town were unique, but leaving Polvo showed me I was wrong about that.
Tell me more about why you decided to leave the Freestar Rangers then.
The longer I spent with the Rangers, the more I started to feel like They serve the Freestar Collective's government more than its citizens. I couldn't make peace with the fact that an organization that claimed to stand for freedom and individuality let places like Hopetown exist. Eventually, the hypocrisy was too much. I made the decision to resign and move to the UC. Seemed like people there might share more of my views.
What made you think the UC would be any better?
There's a reason the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective have never quite seen eye to eye. They do things very differently. The UC provides services like healthcare and job placement for its citizens. Those kind of things don't exist in the Freestar Collective. My opinions about the government's responsibility to its citizens seem to fit better with the UC's way of doing things.
Hypocrisy seems like it's taking it a bit far. I'm sure the Rangers do their best.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I disagree. They could be doing better. Especially in Neon.
How did leaving Polvo change your perspective on the Freestar Collective?
It showed me that Ron Hope's attitude isn't unique. The Freestar Collective is full of people willing to take advantage of others to get what they want. And there are barely any systems in place to stop them. No one to tell them no or punish them for it. That's the downside of the Freestar way of doing things, huh? No social safety nets. It's hard for anyone born into poverty to improve their situation. Especially with people like Ron Hope and Benjamin Bayou in power.
Who's Benjamin Bayou?
He's the administrator of Neon. He basically owns the city. I like to say that not a credit gets spent on Volai Alpha that doesn't end up in Bayou's pocket. I feel sorry for anyone who has to grow up there. Polvo was bad, but at least we didn't have violent gangs.
Well, you seem to have improved your situation just fine. I mean, you're on my ship now.
I'd call myself the exception, not the rule. Most people can't just hop on a starship and become a Freestar deputy.
Well, did you find what you were looking for moving to the UC?
I thought I did at first. New Atlantis is clean and safe, and most of the people there are happy. And it seemed like the government was doing a lot to keep it that way. But my perspective changed after I took an entry-level job with UC Security. They stationed me in the well. I couldn't believe the conditions down there. It made all the UC talk of a perfect society seem like propaganda. The more I started looking around, the more cracks I saw in the whole thing.
What kind of things did you see in the well?
The UC makes a show of promising job placement and housing options to all its citizens. But if those programs exist in the well, there's no sign of them. Most people down there live in the same conditions I saw in Hopetown. There's crime and unemployment, and a lack of good medical care. It's nothing like the rest of New Atlantis. But you'd never know that from the outside, of course.
I mean, I've never believed things on the UC are as perfect as Mass would like us to think.
does seems just a little bit too shiny when you really start to look closely, huh? I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. Once the wool fell from my eyes, living in New Atlantis lost its luster. That's when I decided life in the major factions wasn't for me. The problems run too deep. There's corruption and division everywhere, and not enough people are willing to see it. I don't think that will change anytime soon. It seems to me like the only option is starting over, huh? Founding a colony without the influence of massive governments and corporations. Maybe people would be kinder to each other in a place like that.
Sounds pretty, idealistic.
We won't know until someone tries it, huh? I don't know why that shouldn't be me. I can't just sit around and watch the problems in the settled systems get worse. It's not who I am. But I'm not rushing into anything. If I'm really going to do this, I need to get a better sense of how people live all over the settled systems. That means visiting the major cities and looking at both the good things and the bad. That way, I can decide what things I want to keep and what I am going to leave behind. Good thing I'm working for a captain that likes to travel, huh? We'll hit all the major cities in no time.
I might not be quick. I tend to travel a bit off the beaten path.
That's fine by me, Captain. I get wanting to avoid the major factions. I'll settle for looking around the cities during supply runs between our trips.
Well, you've told me a lot about yourself, Marika.
That was a nice talk.
I agree. Let's talk about your outfit.
Hi there, Captain. Need something?
Yeah.
Activated.
I guess your outfit will do.
Bye, Captain.
Well, I'm gonna get some rack, so I guess I'll see you all next time. Until then, stay safe in the stars.
The opening vistas of space promise high costs as well as high reward. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained. The exploration of space is one of the great adventures of all time, and we mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.